Test 1, 2, 3, 4 pour les interprètes. Vous nous entendez, Maurice? Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Est-ce que vous êtes là? Très bien, je reçois en français. Maintenant, vous êtes traduit en anglais, s'il vous plaît. Bonjour, messieurs, mesdames. Yeah, great. It's working. Becky's here? Yes. Thank you, guys. If you have any interpretations about the full channels, okay? Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Annual General Members Meeting for 2022. The time is 10:10 UTC. So I'll start by doing our roll call. I think we need 5 registered members and 5 resource members for the quorum. Can I have a few names, please, from the board? We need 5.
Abdallah Omari, board member, Eastern Region.
Walade Doko, West Africa region. Benjamin Lishen, Independent Seat 8.
Sylvia Omada, South Africa.
Habib Youssef, North African seat, number 1.
Subramanian Munsami, board member, Indian Ocean Sea.
Shion Ojedeji, Independent 1.
Thank you. Can we have 5 representative of resource members, please? At least.
Christian Bope representing ISPA DRC. Thank you.
Hervé Clément, Interia, Orange, Botswana.
Hello. Yeah, Nikweno, Ghana.com.
Zahir representing MTEL Mauritius.
Omar Oaya representing Wakran.
Could the legal counsel please confirm whether we have quorum? Thank you. We have quorum. I would like to remind everybody that the election is closing at 11 hours UTC. It's for the governance committee, by the way. I would also like to make two statements. The first statement is that Afinic received an interim order from the Supreme Court of Mauritius, the Bankruptcy Division. The order is in the nature of an injunction, which was issued restraining and prohibiting the respondents and/or its board and/or its directors and/or its representatives, agents, preposés from proceeding further in any manner whatsoever with the election of its board as per email dated 10th May 2022 and/or otherwise including the electronic voting due to start on 19th May 2022 and/or at the annual general members meeting scheduled on 3rd June 2022 and/or any other date as may be adjourned. The above interim order, which I'm reading by the way, to remain in force until the determination of the present matter, and the judge orders that service be effected upon the above named respondent to show cause, if any, why the present interim order shall not be made interlocutory. Based on that, there's an item on the agenda about elections, so we're not going to discuss that because of the interim injunction. Second statement, there was some feedback from members, our resource members, and other membership-based organizations. I would like to thank their members for their feedback, and other board, we took that into consideration, and we sent some replies, responses to these members. If there are any queries, as usual, it's an AGMM. We are always open to your questions and queries. I'm going to move to the second item, which is the approval of the minutes of the last AGMM dated 4th June 2021. Can we have it on the screen, please? We'll need a motion, a proposal and a seconder to approve the minutes. I would like to ask for an amendment because I think there's a small typo for me. I think I'm listed as a resource member. I don't have any resources in Afinic, so, and there's no organization named Afinic Board in the notion. So could it be corrected in the minutes, please? Okay. Can we go to the second page of the draft, please? Any comments about the second page? Page 3, please. Any comments? Page 4, please. Any comments? Page 5, please. Not hearing any comments, I go to page 6. Okay, there's a small change in the list of resource members because there was a typo. Are there any online comments? Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start by reading the comments in the comments section.
One moment, please. Is it about the?
Yes.
Yeah. Could you ask the person to? Could you give the name and the affiliation of the person?
Okay. I think those joining us online, kindly use the Q&A so that you can have your name and affiliation. Avoid using the chat section, otherwise I will continue reading the chat section for now regarding what is happening. Andrew Alston, point of order, there has been no agenda review. Rashida Umar, Sol, I'm using YouTube for the audio, that's not related. Andrew Alston again, point of order, Chair. Rashida Umar says this means that members will probably not be audible here. Andrew Alston again, point of order, why are online members being ignored? We have people in the audio queue. And Mark Elkins, sound is not great. Oh, it's more a technical question. No question on the Q&A. On the mic, we have Paul Huell and Andrew Alston in the queue.
Thank you. That's a good point about the order. We should do the agenda review. The notice of meeting was circulated on the 12th of May. It was issued to all registered and resource members. So could we go to the agenda review first?
There are two persons on the queue. There are two persons on the queue. The audio queue.
Dutch, can we see the people that are on the queue? On the queue. We cannot see the people that are on the queue. Where? Is there anyone with a hand raised? 3 people? Okay. That's fine.
No, but we can't see it again because it's happening.
It's okay, fine, thank you. So we have Paul Huell, Andrew Alston, and Ben Roberts.
Okay. So
let me give the floor to Mr. Paul Huell. Could he speak, please give his name and affiliation?
Can you hear me, Mr. Chair? I'm a representing a resource member. Mr. Chairman, there's 2 major points of order that we've been seeking to raise from the beginning of this meeting. The first is that there are known resource members who've registered but not yet received their tokens in order to be able to participate on this platform, and that poses a fairly significant problem. And the second issue that was being raised as a point of order, and I think now we're able to sort of get to, is that for the duration of going over pages of the minutes of the previous meeting, the chat window and the online participants was simply being ignored. And of course, that means that you can't sort of say, oh, there's no objections to page 1, no objections to page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, because, well, we couldn't, whether we wanted to or not, put anything forward. So, you know, I submit we're sitting in a situation where it's improper to really proceed until all of the resource members who've asked for a token are able to get a token, because they're effectively locked out of the meeting until they receive that token, and that we have to, you know, sort of take the minutes as possibly having been read, but afford everybody who was only given a token late or who was in the chat during the reading of the minutes at least 2 or 3 minutes to read over the minutes themselves and pick up anything that they picked up as a problem with the minutes. We can't just assume here that silence implies consent. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Log into the meeting. Yes, sorry. If I understood correctly, you did not receive a token to log into the meeting, or some people did not receive their token. Is that the issue?
Yes, thank you. We've seen some people complaining about not receiving the token, or the token that is not yet operational. The team is now working on that. I've seen the email, and it should be fine in the shortest. Now, I hope it was done before 12:30, as we agreed, but otherwise, shortly it should be addressed. Thank you.
We can't continue. We can just go down for them to fix that.
Okay. And the second point, I think it was about remote participants. Sorry, there was like some. I'm trying to follow the TV screen in front of me, and it was not showing the list of participants. Sorry about that.
So if some members say that they are not able to have access, then we let them have access. Let's make sure they have access.
Okay. I think I have seen Mr. Alston, my good friend Mr. Alston in the queue. Could you please state your name and affiliation? You have the floor.
So they are just sending you tokens now.
My name is Andrew Alston. I am representing Liquid Telecommunications Operations Limited, Zimbabwe Online Data Control and Systems, High Telecommunications Rwanda, Infocom Limited, Liquid Telecom South Africa, CEC Liquid Telecom, Raha Limited, and Ismalo Enterprises. Chair, until such time as those tokens which were sent out after the start of meeting are received and members have a chance to join, I am formally tabling a motion which I want polled to adjourn this meeting for an hour to give members the chance to receive those tokens and to join this meeting. And therefore, I am tabling a motion before this meeting and calling poll on an adjournment of this meeting for an hour.
Listen, I think they should take Ben's image. Ben.
I also ask, Chair, that you please call for seconds on my motion.
Okay, the CEO will give a status update about the tokens.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm informed that all the tokens that were requested have been provided, and there's no one that is pending.
Chair, sorry, but I have put a motion on the floor. That motion, by Robert's Rules of Order and the Companies Act, has to be called and has to be seconded and has to be heard. If these members present in the meeting choose to vote against that motion, that is fine, but by law, that motion has to be called for a second and has to be heard.
But this issue is not a problem.
No, but actually, we put a motion to that. Somebody also needs to put a confirmation. And it's a confirmation.
No, the motion has not even been seconded. It's not yet valid.
Okay. No, so
You should call for a seconder. If he doesn't have a seconder, then that's all. But we have a seconder. Then we vote.
If you have a seconder, somebody that put a motion.
So what?
We have to see where the other members who have a counter motion to it, because it's not just one member that has to vote. Other members also have to vote.
No, no.
I mean,
it's not even a big deal, but it's not even sure that it will pass. That's the point.
Sorry about that. The motion from Mr. Austin sorry, I'm not sure about which resource member it is. You mentioned some names, but I did not catch all the names. We'll check it for the record. Is there any seconder for this motion?
Please check the audio queue online.
Okay, we have a seconder. Legal, could you please advise about this motion before we proceed?
Chair, I'm in the queue. Thank you.
Yes, sorry, but I would like the legal to advise.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now, the motion has been tabled before the AGM, and you have requested for someone to second the said motion. I have not heard any secondment unless I missed it.
Sorry, there was a seconder.
If there was a secondment, it is a proper motion tabled before you. And this motion has got to be taken into consideration by the Agmm if it has been proposed and seconded. But there is a procedural and legal hassle here. This motion should have come at an earlier time prior to the beginning of this meeting. The bylaw is clear. Any section, if I am not mistaken, 1214, Roman 2, which provides that motions should be tabled after notice of same has been given to the board. Yes, I understand that. If there is a motion for adjournment, there must be a reason for wanting the adjournment on the floor of the meeting. I understand that the adjournment was linked to the failure, the alleged failure, as it were, to provide proper tokens to people who have asked it. I have heard the CEO said 239 tokens were made available, and these were the tokens which had been requested for. As matters stand, therefore, there was no request for tokens, which remains today, right now, unsatisfied. So on that basis, I am of the humble opinion that the basis of the motion does not stand in the light of the information provided by the CEO.
Thank you, Legal. I think one of our
Chair, can I please get a clarification? Because this has a material effect on what will happen further in this meeting. Right now, the legal advisor has just stated that a legitimately placed motion on the floor of this meeting, which has been legitimately seconded, cannot be put before this meeting because it was not stated before the start of the meeting. If this is indeed the position, I point out that that position has to hold in regards to any additional motions, including adoption of financials, which is not on the agenda, which has not been put forward. So either this motion is heard, or the motion to adopt financials later in the meeting may not be heard under the same legal predicate.
Please, can we take people on the queue, please?
I see somebody. Legal on the floor.
Thank you. Now, irrespective of the fact that the motion has come from the floor, it was well grounded on the issue of non-availability of tokens. That was the ground on which the motion from an adjournment was moved. But from the explanation given by the CEO, all tokens which were requested for have been made available. And as present, as advised today, there is no pending request regarding tokens. That's my stand on it. In the light of my remark, I would advise that this motion cannot be entertained.
We have a resource member. Mobility or resource member, please state your name and the resource member which you represent for.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Bope, ISPA RDC. Chair, I'm on the view that the meeting everything is going right, and then we have to proceed. I'm not in the favor of the motion, since the ground on which the motion was built, that is not old as the legal say. But Chair, I just want to insist that we have to avoid this meeting to be one-to-one discussion. I think that's for you as the chair to make sure that we are the meeting is conducted as per the bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Bobe. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Ben Madison. It's removed, by the way. Okay.
Prime Chair.
One moment, I just give the floor to Mr. Madison.
What I'm going to say will not require any intervention from Mr. Madison.
Thank you.
No, in fact, I have to confess that I missed part of the information which were provided to me. The information I thought I got, which was final, that all tokens which were requested for had been already made available. It seems at present, as I am talking, certain tokens are still being provided by the technical team. So in the light of this, if this is the case, then it is a proper motion for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. There's somebody wrote, which is it was Mr. Ben Madison. You have the floor.
Am I audible?
Yes, Ben, please proceed. Please state name and affiliation.
Ben Madison, Workman Communications. This may, as Ashok points out, not be necessary in light of what he's just said. But the point I wanted to make was that 12.5 of the bylaws does not necessitate a reason to adjourn. It simply requires that the general meeting direct the chair to adjourn by way of a motion. It is not for it's not for the legal advisor to make determinations on whether the reason is good enough.
Thank you. I see Mr. Paul on the queue. You have the floor.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Alston brought a proper motion. There is absolutely nothing in the bylaws requiring that an adjournment motion be substantiated. The legal advisor to the board is quite frankly just spouting absolute nonsense. If anything, the bylaws are very clear that an adjournment motion be heard immediately, that if it's be called to poll, that the poll immediately. And Mr. Alston hasn't asked for an adjournment to some indefinite or some faraway period of time. He's asked for an adjournment for an hour that is enough to allow the technical team of the board to be able to get members properly represented. I think it's rank hypocrisy, and quite frankly, it's totally disgusting that there is an attitude in parts of the organization that wishes to exclude resource members, representatives from being able to be seen and be heard at this meeting. There's absolutely no reason why a poll has not taken place yet, and why we've spent 40 minutes of our time being wasted when an hour adjournment could be taken, and we could get a cup of coffee and maybe have a beer or two and come back. Once Afrinic's got its house in order, we can have this meeting without people being excluded who should be permitted to attend properly. Thank you. So I reiterate my secondment of the motion.
Thank you. We have a motion to adjourn for 1 hour. The time is 10. Susan, you have the floor. She's from Africa, by the way.
I'm taking questions in the Q&A in relation to the motion on in the meeting. From Saul Stein, he represents eNetworks. He's asking, I am in the queue to support this motion. I have 2 members that do not have working tokens. The legal advice was that we needed to object prior to the start of the meeting, but we couldn't as we didn't know there was an issue.
Thank you. I'm not, the CEO is next to me, which means that we know how things are.
Listen. One hour is fine. Let's just go and come back 1 hour. Finish. I'm okay. Did as the CEO confirm that they can sort it out in 1 hour? Did the CEO say they can sort it out in 1 hour? Let him confirm the CEO and she can sort it out in 1 hour. I don't think it's something that should take 1 hour, but I think maximum of 1 hour.
We have a motion to adjourn the meeting for 1 hour. There was a proposal and a seconder. The time is 10:04. Sure. I'm okay. Okay.
Do you need it to vote?
You want to? Yeah. Okay. Let's have a poll on the motion so that people in the room and remote people can have their say on it. The CEO will explain how it works.
Thank you, Chair. So basically, when you log in your MyAfric portal, within 5 minutes, you'll be able to take that poll. In the MyAfric, you go to the voting section. But as this is happening, we kindly ask those who have issues, please send your request so that we're sure that we're addressing them even if the motion doesn't pass at Agmm 2022, Agmm 2022 at afrinic.net. Those who still have challenges, the team is on standby fixing it. Please send the list of those who have issues now to Agmm 2022 at afrinic.net. Kindly be reminded that we only consider those that came before the cutoff time, which was 6:30 UTC. Thank you very much. If your request came past that, we'll still attend, but I don't think those should be demanding.
Okay, we start the vote in 5 minutes, which is at 10.
Hello? Hello, my name is Bello Usman.
One moment, you're not being recorded. Okay. Sorry. We start the vote at 10:50 UTC. You have the floor.
All right. Once again, my name is Bello Usman. I'm from Nigeria, from the Nigerian Communication Commission, Nigeria. The break proposal of 1 hour I'm saying is too much. I'm suggesting it should be reduced 30 minutes at least because some of us have a flight to catch up this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. We have, sorry, I didn't catch your name. But we have an amendment to this, proposed amendment to this motion, so that instead of taking a break for like adjourning for 1 hour, we are going to adjourn for 30 minutes. Yes. Okay, and Mr. Austin, you have the floor.
Chair, to modify my amendment, my motion requires my agreement. I do not assent to that. And therefore, if an amendment to my motion wishes to be heard, we require a second ballot, both on the amendment to the motion and then the motion itself as amended, should that happen. But otherwise, I do not assent to that. I want a 1 hour adjournment.
Thank you, Mr. Austin.
Let's just continue. Let's just continue.
Question to the technical team. Will they be in room voting as well? Because I'm not, I don't know.
Because you have too many accounts. The motions right now.
The time is 10:50 UTC. Assume that voting can start now. We'll close the vote at 11 UTC. Okay, the motion is online and you can vote on myappealing.net. As a reminder, the voting platform is already open. Please go to myafinic.net where you can vote on this motion. And voting will close at 11 UTC.
Hello. There was members who registered to vote via paper ballot. So you can pick one from me if you're in the room to vote. There's Mr. Philip Kwame. And there's Mr. Abubakar Usman Joro, who registered to vote via paper ballots.
It's a very, very minor thing. Because personally, I believe that there was even no need for a bench.
It takes an hour.
Even the time that we're using to vote now, they are solving the problem. So, is that what you
Takes an hour. We'll go to take an hour.
As a reminder, there are the governance committee election, and the governance committee election will close at 11 UTC.
Yeah, we want to vote.
We want to vote.
Yes.
As a reminder, you have 3 minutes to cast your vote for the governance committee elections. The ballot box is on the left-hand side of the room. There's also voting online on myafinic.net. There's 2 minutes left for the voting on the motion to adjourn for 1 hour. The time is 11 UTC. Voting has closed for that motion. I'll ask the election committee chair to come to the mic and give the results of the votes.
Mr. Chair, thank you. As we can see from the screen, we have 25 persons who voted in favor of this motion to adjourn the meeting by an hour. And we also, and no, in terms of 12 persons voted for no. And for those who opted to vote on this motion in person here today, we have 6 persons who voted for no. So in total, we have 18 persons voted no and 25 persons voted yes. So this motion is passed.
Thank you. So we're going to adjourn until 12:02 UTC, which is 1 hour from now. We're going to reconvene in the same room and the same virtual room, by the way. Thank you.
Interpreters, we're going to start soon, in 2 minutes.
Good morning, good afternoon. The time is 11:06 UTC. We had adjourned before and we are resuming now. So we're going to check quorum before we proceed.
Silvio from South Africa.
Abdallah Omari, East Africa region.
West Africa.
Idika Ihura, see you.
Esmond Sami, board member, Indian Ocean.
Habib Youssef, North Africa region, seat number 1.
Benjamin Eshan, non-regional seat 8.
Shem Ojediji, independent 1.
We need at least 5 resource members. Could you please come to the mic, state your name and affiliation, please?
Hervé Clément, Orange, Botswana.
Christian Bopé, ISPA, RDC.
Nikweno, Ghana.com member.
Omo Owaya, Wakran,
Philippe Kwame, RTCI Côte d'Ivoire.
Legal, can you confirm that we still have quorum?
Yes, we do, sir.
Thank you. The CEO will give a brief update about the requests which were made about the tokens and remote participation.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'd like to thank Andrew Alston and Paul Hulge for giving us this time to sort the questions that were raised from the floor. So we use the time to, first of all, ensure that all those who asked for proxies for the session by 6:30 was done. And then we also took the time to regenerate tokens for all the members that have asked that are on the MyAfrinic platform, the registered contacts, but didn't register for this session. So we think this is now in the process of being sent to all of them. But if there is any of them, I think also the emails have been checked. Is there any additional email? Any other comments that they have not received on the Agmm 2022? Pardon? Okay, for this gentleman here. But in terms of token, everything is fine. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, CEOs. Thank you, employees, staff of Afrinic for getting this done. We are back to the agenda. Before I start with the agenda review, I would like to remind everybody there's a mic in this room. So please feel free to come to the mic if you want to make a comment. It's the same thing, equivalent online. Please raise your hand so that we can know who wants to make a comment, and you'll be recognized and you'll be given the floor. On this note, I'll go to the agenda review. Can we have the agenda on the screen, please? We already did welcome. We'll have what we call the approval of the minutes for the last AGMM dated 4th June 2021. Then we have the board, which will be presenting its activities. It's a board activities update. After that, we have the Afrinic activities update. We come to 5, which is a financial update. We are going to receive the report of the auditor. The report has been circulated together with the notice of the meeting. We'll consider the Afrinic audited financial statements for the year ended 31 December 2021. We'll have a motion to appoint the external auditor, which is BDO. We'll present the financial budget, then we'll take a break. After the break, there'll be the nomination committee report. Then there'll be an election committee report. And after that, there's the GovCom elections. I think, was it closed? Yeah, the GovCom election has been closed. Everybody had time to vote on it. And then we'll have the closing remarks and the end of the HMM. I need a motion to adopt the agenda.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Bope, ISPA RDC, we move the motion to adopt the agenda as presented. Thank you.
And Hervé Clément, Orange Botswana, I second this motion.
Thank you, Hervé and Christian. I see The queue, I see Mr. Paul on the queue, so I'll give him the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, again. I'd like to call for a poll to be taken on this. As you're aware, in the bylaws, polls can be called for any motion that gets taken. I think in light of the fact that it's likely that we're going to be asked to change the exact particulars of various things on the agenda to remedy certain things, that it's best that we take a poll as to whether the agenda as appearing is adopted, and then any amendments thereto that we also take a resolution on. Thank you. So I'm formally calling for a poll to be taken on the agenda as envisaged by the bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
Chair, if you don't mind. So I just wanted to just make a comment. So some of us have flights today, and based on the scheduling of this meeting, I'd anticipated that we would sit for the meeting and still be able to catch our flights. So I'm happy to leave now, hoping I can get into the airport early enough to be able to join online. So I would really implore the meeting for you and to manage this meeting such that we don't waste so much time.
Thank you, Omo.
Hello? Once again. Okay.
Thank you to Wapan for reminding us that he has a plane to catch. He told me about it earlier. So could the person who asked for a poll please explain why he's asking for a poll? It's removed, by the way.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm not certain that need to give a reason, but I did, and when I moved for the poll, and that is that the agenda, and we've been informed by email that there's going to be modifications to the wording on the agenda in order to address matters pertaining to the finances and so on. And I think it's best that, you know, when we decide on the agenda like this, in light of there being irregularity and concern, that we do things a little bit more properly. I have some sympathy with individuals whose schedule, you know, could pose a problem with flights. But to be brutally honest, I don't know how anybody, you know, did not schedule for this meeting to adjourn it no earlier than 5 o'clock this afternoon. So I mean, we're still in very early time, and we're just wasting more time by not simply holding the poll and getting votes on the tally. It seems to be a little bit silly not to do things properly and make sure that everything's on record.
I'm going to give the floor to the gentleman in the room.
Hello, once again, I'm Bello Usman. As I said earlier before the break, and my other colleagues here, we also mentioned about the delay the meeting is causing us as for our flight schedules. I think it is very important that we shall consider that, please.
Wait, gentleman at the mic, you have the floor.
Thank you.
Please give your name and affiliation.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Bope, ISPA RDC. We are on the view that we have to proceed because there is no reason why we have to do the poll, and also it seems to me like we are just, you know, people are playing delay tactic, as like we have two members who they've spoken before me. They have to take the flight, which means that I think we have also to accommodate. Although we are doing the hybrid, we have to find a way to accommodate people on site and also members who are online. But so far there is no ground on the basis where we have to do the poll. Thank you. I'm on the view that we have to proceed, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another resource member at the mic.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. This is Noah from SECOM. I'm also of the view with the members on site. Most of us came here. We don't have time to waste. We need to go back. We have flights. And in any case, it doesn't make sense to, you know, do a poll on adopting an agenda of an AGMM, and we've never had such a precedence. We've always adopted agendas in the past as resource members. Most of us are in this room. There's never been such a precedence of adopting polls to actually, I mean, for requesting members to do a poll in order to adopt an agenda. All right, and I'm certain that on the agenda we have an AOB section. If there's any issue somebody wants to sort out, let them sort it out there. Thank you. I think we need to proceed, please.
Hello, Chair. Paul Wong here from African.
One moment, please. Okay, sorry, I'm not trying to prevent people from speaking. It's just that we have a queue which is remote and in the room at the same time. So please wait for you to be given the floor. I see Ben Madison in the queue. I'll give you the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Ben Madison, welcome. Although I'm sympathetic with the points that others have raised, there's nothing in the bylaws that requires reasons to be given when a poll is demanded. If a single member has demanded a poll, then a poll needs to be called on any item before the meeting. That's pretty black and white in terms of my reading of the bylaws, and we need to live by them.
I see somebody at the mic. Please state your name and affiliation. You have the floor.
Hi there, Paul Wongaya, Africa on Cloud. Earlier today, I saw the police outside here, and I would like to understand what the reason was for that. Is there something regarding the board that we should all be aware of? Is there some kind of criminal activity going on?
So you said you saw the police outside.
I saw them earlier.
This is Mauritius. Our government is a very nice government, and he likes that the tourists who come to visit our nice island feel safe and secure.
Okay, so there's nothing untoward with the board. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
I'm not aware of anything. Thank you. Let's move with the agenda. I've not seen any.
I'm sorry, Chair.
Yes.
Please, Noah from SECOM again. When law enforcement is in any place, it is a good thing. They are here to make sure that, everybody is safe. I don't think it's a part of this agenda or any of this AGMM. Okay?
Yeah, thank you. So let's move ahead. We have already done the agenda review. I've not noted any. We didn't receive any notice of concern about the agenda. Yeah. So we'll move ahead without taking a poll because I don't see any reason to have a poll, any practical reason. I would like to add that we have members who flew in from far away and they have to catch a plane. On this note, let's go to item 2 of the agenda, which is the approval of the minutes of the last AGMM dated 4th June 2021. Can we have it on the screen, please? Can we have the minutes for the last meeting? The draft minutes, sorry. So are there any comments about page 1 of these minutes? By the way, this minutes was circulated to members over six months ago. Everybody had time to read it, go through it, and it was also circulated with a notice of the AGMM. So we are on item 2. I see somebody in the queue. Paul, you have the floor.
As been earlier pointed out, bylaws are black and white. There's no discretion as to whether a poll is heard. I haven't withdrawn my demand for a poll before we approve the agenda. But while we're discussing what's on the agenda, it would be quite a thing if the police are in fact at the meeting. And I think anybody who's in attendance would need to know what on earth are the police of Mauritius attending the meeting for. Is there something that needs to be known by the members? Because if there is, then that needs to be determined in the agenda. If there is an announcement forthcoming about police activity, or if the board has managed to get itself entangled in criminal proceedings, then frankly, the membership needs to know. It's simply not appropriate to steamroll over that. And one of the reasons why we have to have a poll to determine the agenda is so that once the agenda is determined and set, that the agenda doesn't get amended willy-nilly while we're on with proceedings. Either the agenda as it appears needs to be adopted by the membership, and then we do not steer away from that agenda, or we don't adopt the agenda, amend the agenda, and then adopt it. But either way, the bylaws require that the poll be taken. It has been called for by a resource member, and there's a cloud of suspicion brought about if Mr. Volner's statement from the microphone is accurate, and I haven't heard any form of a denial of the veracity thereof.
Thank you for your comments. I would like to remind the room, both in Mauritius and the virtual room, that we are on agenda item 2, which is the draft minutes of the last AGMM. As for the other comments, I think they're not related to the this AGMM, so I prefer not to comment about them. So let's move ahead. Okay, when it comes to the poll, I've given my ruling as chair. So let's proceed with the review of the draft minutes. We're on page 1. Are there any comments related to this draft minutes? Christian? Sorry.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, I would like to remind you that we are on the approval of the minutes. So the comments should be strictly about the minutes which are on the screen and on your virtual screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Bope, ISPA, RDC. We have read the minutes. We are satisfied. That's why I'm here to move the motion to adopt the minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Do we have a seconder?
I read the minutes for a whole week and I second the motion.
Yeah, thank you. The change which I propose is for my name. There was some typo, whatever. So the motion is to approve.
Sorry, Chair.
Yes.
No, Amaina from SECOM. I forgot to emphasize that. I second.
Thank you, SECOM. So we have a motion to approve the minutes as the amended minutes for the last AGMM dated 4th June 2021. We have a for June 2021. So the minutes are approved as amended. Thank you. We are on item 3, which is to present the board activities update. Can we have the slide on the screen, please? I mean, can we have the slides displayed, please? The board of directors of Appoint is elected by Appoint members on a regional and non-regional representation basis. I think you have all the directors present in the room. I'm the chair of the board, Subramanian Munsami. We have Professor Habib, which is the current vice chair of the board. We have Dr. Omari. Then we have Mr. Ishan. We have Eddie, who is the CEO of Aphonik. We have calling Dr. Wale, but his name is in the presentation. Then we have Mr. Odideji, who is my good friend. Then we have Silvio. The board has been, yes, the board has been a bit busy last year. We had 23 meetings in 2021, and the board took 75 board resolutions. At board level, we have 3 standing committees, which is the audit committee. The chair of the audit committee is Mr. Ishan. We have the finance committee, which is chaired by Dr. Wale. And we have the remuneration committee, which is chaired by Mr. Odideji. I would like to thank the chairs of our 3 committees for the work they have done in 2021. At Aphonik, as per our bylaws, we also have a council of elders. We have Dr. Nick Quino, who is in the room. Thank you for being here with us today. We have Pierre Danginou. We have Dr. Viv Padjachi. We have Mrs. Maimouna Diop. And we have Dr. Christian Bope. In terms of achievement, there's been an 8% increase in our membership fees revenue, which is, it went from $5,532,622 in 2020 to $5,978,261 in 2021. Our expenses increased by 16% from USD $3,537,973 in 2020 to USD $4,119,317 in 2021. An additional amount of USD 2 million was added to the strategic cash reserve in May 2021. The board of directors reviewed the strategic plan for 2021 to 2023 in December 2021. The evaluation report is available on our website.
Sorry there, Paul, yeah.
Sorry?
Sorry, I just want to interrupt quickly. Look, I demand a point of order here. You know, if there has been criminal activity, I think we should vote on it. I don't see how we can proceed like this.
Sorry, could I go through the presentation, then we can take questions, if you don't mind.
Okay, this is a point of order I'd like to demand.
One moment.
If there's been criminal activities going on, I feel that we should all vote on it. If we should proceed or not.
One moment, please.
Sure.
So, could you please state your point of order?
I do not feel that we can carry on like this until we have resolved the issue with the criminal activity. The police were here. What was that about?
Sorry,
the police
Sorry, I hear your point of order. You mentioned, I think, some activity, which is this, and you see policemen outside. I didn't see any police outside. I went to drink coffee earlier. I don't think it's a matter which is unrelated to the holding of this AGMM. So I don't see any grounds to go forward.
What I'm saying here is, are the police investigating the board? Is there criminal intent? And until this is resolved, I do not feel we can go on with this. I'm done.
Chair.
Please, I've not given you the floor, Mr. Noah.
Sorry, apologize.
We have, I think, let me check my paperwork. We have a notice of an AGMM which was sent on 12th of May. The notice explains what this AGMM is about. It has what we call an agenda. We have just adopted the agenda. We have discussed the minutes. I don't see anything on there about tourism in Mauritius or why somebody is outside on the beach or whatever. I don't think this has anything to do with our business. So on this note, I think that we should, if you allow me, everybody on the mic line, I would like to proceed with my presentation, else it's going to be a distraction. One of our members might miss his flight, which is a problem for me, and it's taking more time for all of us. So let's move forward with the presentation. Mr. Do you have any concern about the tourism in Mauritius, Mr. Noah?
Chair, I came here, I've been here for 5 days. I've been seeing police. Police are there everywhere to ensure law and order. They are not part of this AGMM. If they were part of this AGMM, they would be enjoying the AGMM with us. They are not here. Let's proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Noah. I'm going to close the floor. I don't think there's any reason, I don't see any valid reason to discuss about why somebody is outside there. This is an open hotel. Anybody can come and enjoy the beach in Mauritius. Thank you. On this note, I think I'm on the presentation of for the board.
Sorry, is there any?
Mr. Warner, thank you very much for your comments. I've already ruled. I would like to proceed with my presentation. Sorry, I would like, please, that we are on an item of the agenda. I would like to proceed with it instead of getting the same question repeatedly. I already answered it once, twice, and twice. I don't have anything to add to that.
I'm saying, do any of the other members virtually have anything to say on this?
Sorry, I didn't get your question. Sorry.
Do any of the other members who are watching virtually have anything to say on this?
This matter has been discussed. Everybody had time to discuss about it. I've ruled. I would like to move forward. Thank you. And my client is closed because on this issue, because we have a presentation from the board on the activities for last year. So if you allow me, gentlemen, not trying to be difficult, but
okay,
are you okay if I proceed with that presentation?
Just some second to avoid any other interruption, please. If there is a police case, we need, if there is a paper police sent here in written, we should respect that it should going to be part of the agenda. We don't have any police paper. We don't have any, so it's not supposed to be part of our agenda. And any interruption,
please, as my colleague next to me just said, this item have been discussed, as we say in French, en long et en large. Let's proceed. There's an additional amount of USD $2 million, which was added to our strategic cash reserve in May 2021. The board reviewed the strategic plan for 2021-2023 in December 2021. The report, the evaluation report, is available on our website. Going forward, we will continue our efforts to increase the effectiveness of the company to help improve its value to our members. When it comes to challenges, the company encountered an issue about how to keep its operations running when its bank accounts were frozen in July 2021, following a court order related to a dispute with one of its members. Afridic was able to have the court order lifted in October 2021. We disclosed the status of ongoing cases in the audited financial statements for FY 2021 in line with our commitment to transparency. Thank you very much. I'm going to open the floor. Okay. If you have any questions about this item. I see Mr. Ben Madison on the queue. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. As Local Communications. In light of the refusal to recognize remote participants in the queue when we attempt to speak, and in light of the fact that the Chair has, in direct contravention of the bylaws, refused to accede to a demand for a poll, I would like to move that we adjourn this meeting for a further 7 days to give members an opportunity to seek recourse for the fact that their rights are being roughshod in this way.
We have already ruled on this matter. So could we please proceed with the AGMM and the items on the agenda? Are there any questions related to both activities update?
Thank you, Chair. Christian Bope, ISPAD, RDC. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the board for the hard work you are doing. We know COVID, it was a very difficult time, but you have managed to run this company very well. Thank you. Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you to ISPA RDC. I see 3 or 4 hands on the remote room. So I'm going to take questions from the remote room related to item 3 on the agenda. You'll have, let's not take too much time, so I'll give each of you like 1 minute each. Mr. Alston, please state your name and affiliation, then please comment.
Chair, I raise on a point of order. 12.11.4 of the bylaws. At an annual general members meeting called under Article 11.1, a poll may be demanded by any registered member or any resource member or the chairperson of the meeting. End quote. It further goes to say that a poll may be demanded before or after a vote is taken on a resolution. We have adopted an agenda that forms a resolution. I am now calling a poll retroactively, and I am seconding the motion by Paul on that because he has not withdrawn that. I am also seconding the motion by Ben Madison to adjourn this meeting for 7 days based on the conduct of the chair so that members can discuss legitimate recourse as this board violates the law.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. I think there's already been a reading on the poll. So can we proceed with the items on the agenda? Thank you.
Chair, if you continue to proceed, the minutes of this meeting will reflect that the bylaws were violated, the proceedings shall be null and void, and you are opening this company yet again to further litigation in violation of your fiduciary duty as a director to protect this organization and to act in a sane and legal manner in conjunction with the bylaws. So if you wish to continue this meeting ignoring the motions put before the floor, can I please have the legal rationale behind this as per section 115 of the Companies Act and the proceedings of the meeting as dictated by the 5th schedule of the Act?
I've already given my ruling, and can we please proceed with items 3 on the agenda? I see is it, okay, but let's be very clear. The person at the mic line in the room, is a comment about item 3 on the agenda?
Chair, not really. But it's
If
about
no,
the bylaw as well. Maybe just a comment if you
it's
allow.
not.
Okay, sorry.
We are in,
sorry,
on
Chair,
item
sorry.
3 of the agenda. Sorry, I know you question, but I'm going to rule you out on this. Yeah. I see some people in the queue. Is the comment about item 3 of the agenda? I see WCU LIOS. Wait. Could you give the person the floor? Thank you. You have 1 minute. Okay, I think that was a baby. Could we have the second person in the queue, please, Mr. Paul? You have 1 minute.
Mr. Chair, Paul Huell again. Mr. Chair, there is a motion that has been brought to adjourn for 7 days by another online participant. I second that motion. The bylaws are clear. You have to consider whether or not the adjournment succeeds. And that must be done on a vote. Now, no poll has been called for that, so we don't need a poll just yet, but I'm quite sure that the colleagues in the room are going to demand a poll on that. So it's probably just going to be a lot easier for all concerned if you just call the blooming vote on the adjournment for 7 days as proposed. This is a great amount of disrespect is being shown to those participants who are participating remotely. It is very clear, Mr. Chair, that you are acting with considerable bias in favor of certain organizations that are present at the meeting available, and with considerable bias against persons who are connecting remotely. This is wholly unacceptable and causes immense problems for the credibility of the organization. If I can reiterate what is said in the chat, that this meeting is moved into complete and utter farce and is wholly unlawful.
Close the queue and the mic, please. There was a motion earlier on the floor. It was proposed and seconded about giving all all members 1 hour to participate. We waited. We adjourned the meeting for 1 hour. We came back. Now we have some discussion about whether to adjourn again. I've already given my ruling on that matter, and I don't think it should be discussed further. I'm not seeing any questions on 3, so let's move to 4, which is the CEO, which will present the Afrinic activities update. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, dear resource members. So 2021 was quite an interesting year for all of us. And besides COVID, we also went through a lot of challenges, but we also have interesting things that happened, and we are going to give you a summary report of this. So we welcomed 153 new members during the year with a total of 1,989. We missed our targets of 2,000 members by the end of 2021, but we have continued, and we are hopeful to achieve a better number this year. On the financial operation side, we have achieved a surplus of almost $2 million, but 1.9, representing 24% growth in our total reserve, which is now at 8 million. The PDWG has also been active, and this year we received 8 policy proposals that were thoroughly discussed by our community. We had 2 events, the major events, AES 21 and Afrinic 34 meetings online with over 600 online participants attending both events. We would like to appreciate our sponsors, the support that you contributed for the success of both meetings. We distributed 282,000 IPv4 space, 140 IPv6 prefixes, and 226 S number. And then since 2004, 118 million out of the 120 million addresses have been distributed so far. We also had IP resource transfers. Yes, it happens also in Africa, were completed during 2021. Including mergers and acquisition. I'm glad to tell you that Afrinic, in spite of all the situation, we also learned to sign MOU even on Zoom meetings. It was an interesting challenge, but we formed alliance and partnership through the signature of MOUs with ATU, the University of Cape Town, the Ministry of Digital Economy, Post and Digital Transformation of Burkina Faso, Facebook, the Ministry of Digital Economy of Benin, and the Internet Society in Africa. So we also increased the number of IRR, and in terms of trainings, we have 1,400 registrants for our e-learning courses. I'd like to commend the capacity building team that has been making progress over there, and we aim to even do more this year. We continue to engage closely with our stakeholders with the signature of 6 MOUs that are geared towards the implementation of internet development activities in our service region, in line with our mission. We launched our Jenga project, meaning building up in Swahili. I also got a comment from someone saying that Jenga is actually a game when you are destroying, but our Jenga is not destroying, but building. And we had a lot of sessions with our different stakeholders, also mainly when the bank accounts were frozen. And we are glad to see that our membership was so supportive for all the efforts that we did, and even a lot of support. I think I'll share that later. In 2021, there was an increase in adoption of API, and we still encourage our members to do so. We have deployed a new HSM to improve the API infrastructure, and even at NRO level, we are discussing new projects to even enhance APIs further with collectively with our peers that are like us. So there are some slides about the statistics. I'll not spend much time. I've already mentioned that. Afrinic growth membership has increased. Next slide, please. In the type of categories, we also have different categories. You can move on, please. The IPv4 distribution, I mentioned that already, 118 million IP addresses. And the next one is about IPv6 distribution, as well as ASN distribution. You can move on again. Move on, next one. In terms of membership fee revenues, we reached 6 million, and total membership fee income grew by 8% from 5.532 in 2020 to 5,978,261. Next one, please, in 2021. Now, the total operating costs for the financial year of December 2021 amounted to 4,107,000 as compared to 3,430,000 for 2020. Next one, please. Cash holding has also increased, as you can see. Next one, please. And the chair mentioned that too. Liquidity ratio is also healthy. Next one. In terms of challenges, I think I mentioned some of them. As the chair also mentioned, the bank accounts were frozen as a result of court order and the dispute of one of our members, one of our resource members. I think that correction is important. However, this freeze was eventually waived. I take this opportunity to deeply thank you. We mentioned that yesterday at the gala dinner. You, our resource members, the community, the suppliers, the staff, for your unwavering support during these challenging times. A special word of thanks to our donors, partners, and dedicated volunteers on various committees and working groups. A word about the court cases. The number of cases involving Afrinic were 31. The number of cases against Afrinic were 29. Number of cases initiated by Afrinic were 2. And the number of completed cases were 18, and the number of ongoing cases were 13. Now, you have to understand that this is a report for 2021. From January, different other things happened, and if you want the latest view, you can visit our website. I'd like to also mention one point, because when I joined, we started an investigation after we understood that one of our former staff misappropriated resources. We took the file, we took the case to the police, and the police started an investigation. I've not been given more update on that, but for your information, as it stands, we've been reminding the police or writing to the police to get an update on that. But so far, the case is still under their, it's still the police that is taking care of it, and we will give you an update as soon as we get something. Next one. I think this is the last one. And on this note, we will open the floor for questions. Thank you.
Thank you to the CEO for his report. I'm going to open the floor for questions. As a reminder, we are on item 3 of our agenda. I don't see anybody on this mic in the room. I see somebody at two persons on the mic in the remote room. There's WCULIR. You have the floor.
Can anyone hear me? Hello?
You have the floor. We are on item 4 of the agenda. You have 1 minute.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd like to, my name is Pascal Masha from Wananchi Group. I'm a member of Afrinic, and I'd like to say that it's an honor that this meeting is continuing, and let's continue with the same meeting. There's no adjournment, and I don't support any adjournment of this meeting.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to cut your mic. Sorry. Thank you for your kind words, but as I said, we are on item 4 of the agenda, and can we please stick to the topic, because I would like to go to the beach afterwards. Sorry. I see my good friend Hervé. Hervé, I speak English and French, by the way, so feel free to ask questions in English or French. It's for Eddie.
Je peux parler français, ok.
Vous pouvez parler français si vous voulez.
Cette fois-ci. Hervé Clément, donc toujours Orange Botswana, entre autres. Donc merci pour ce rapport d'activité de la part de l'Afrinic. Ce que je voulais souligner simplement, c'est remercier l'Afrinic d'avoir continué à prodiguer, à fournir l'ensemble des services habituellement prodigués par un Regional Internet Registry lors de ces moments difficiles où vous avez eu des problématiques de comptes bancaires et la situation n'est pas facile. Donc, je dirais qu'au nom au moins des pays d'Orange, merci à vous d'avoir continué à fournir l'ensemble de ces services-là.
Je dis, je vous en prie.
Thank you, Hervé. You were thanking the CEO for the services provided by Afrinic, and the CEO said, thank you. I see Mr. Dua. By the way, I'd like to remind Mr. Dua that we are on item 4. Please keep your comments on item 4, which is about the activities which the CEO presented. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, Maina from SECOM. Well, when the CEO, thank you for the report on the activities. And while you were giving the report, you touched on the issue of the bank account being frozen. And I remember when that time, during that time, the internet community came together, as you all know, to support the organization. And we really hope the support was, useful, whether it was the fundraising that was done or any other support. And I would like to recommend that if there is a possibility for AFNIC to just, sort of write a report on that and publish it for the members and the community, if, you get a chance. Thank you.
This point is taken, and you can understand that sometimes we have some issues, or there is an interesting flow of items on our table. The report has been produced, but as you say, we'll also make it public. And we appreciate very, very much the support that we received. We show that we are a truly community-based environment, and we could not have done it without you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, CEOs. Thank you, SECOM. I would like to remind the person at the mic that we are on item 4 of the agenda. I hope that his comment will be only on item 4 of the agenda. You have the floor. Please state your name and affiliation.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Bope, ISPA RDC. I just want to make a comment on the CEO presentation regarding the Jenga project. The advice, maybe if it's not included, the advice will be maybe to also engage with the regulator and also engage with the government in the continent. I think that will also, because there are a very key part of our ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Christian. And this point is very taken, and we are having more plans to do further activities with government. And for your information, in those 2 days, we had a very, very interesting session with the African Government Working Group with an aim to see government also working almost as the same working groups that we have, and a team has been set up for them to also be more active participant of this community that they are also part of. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I see my new friend from Tanzania at the mic. I'll go to the remote queue first, then I'll come back to you if you allow it. Please stay here. I mean, you're welcome in Mauritius. I see Paul and Scholstein on the remote queue. I'm going to close the mic line, by the way. Paul, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to start on this particular item, which is headed AfriNIC Activity Update for 2021, and I have a very simple question. Have any of the activities undertaken by AfriNIC's board or management in the 2021 period resulted in police questioning or a caution to members of the board to remain within Mauritius for further police questioning? As you can see, the question is directly tied to the activities. Have any activities by AfriNIC resulted in police questioning of members of the board, that being activities that took place in 2021? However, while I have the microphone, Mr. Chair, I'd just like to reiterate the fact that there has been a demand for a poll, there has been a demand for an adjournment. The bylaws are very clear that there isn't discretion and that the poll, once demanded, must be taken up as a question. And so the motion has to be considered. You don't have discretion. But if you wish to continue to proceed illegally and simply answer my question as to this particular agenda item, I'm quite keen to hear what the answer to the question is.
The mic is a bit slow sometimes. Mr. Scholstein, you have the floor. Please keep it brief because we had a 1 hour adjournment earlier. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, yes, sorry, I'm going back to the previous item of your report, and my question relates to the engagement with the members and the board. The board is very silent on the members' requests. We're asking questions and we're getting no answers. There have been a number of questions over the last couple of months, and the silence from the board has related to much of the uneasiness that's taken place in this meeting. I'd like to remind the board that you're there at the behest of the members. By not answering the members for whatever reason, not answering them, not even having the decency to acknowledge the requests, just shows the disdain you have for your shareholders, which is us, members. And I'd like to understand how we can actually productively, as members, engage with the board to get you to answer the questions that we are so desperately in need of. Thank you.
Thank you. Shobal, from what I understand, there were some questions on the mailing list. I think the CEO was chatting with me yesterday and he said, okay, he sent some responses. And some of our board members also.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I'm going to interrupt you. Don't say you can't say you think there were some messages. Sorry, you are the chair of the board. The messages were directly addressed to you. The responses from Eddie, from others, have been far from satisfactory if you read into them. So I'll ask the question again. How do we engage productively with the board so that we can have all these answers, all these questions answered? And maybe that's a separate session outside of this AGM. I don't know how the other members feel. I'm quite happy if the session outside this AGM that we can address and reintroduce the bottom-up approach, that the members control what goes on and the board does not go rogue and dictate how this organization is run.
Thank you. I take note, I mean, the board takes note of your question and will follow up on it. Thank you.
When can we get an answer, please? By when can we expect an answer?
Oh, you wanted a done. So
No, it
we
doesn't
are
have to be instantaneous.
yes,
But I want to
I
know.
get your point. Yeah, I get your point. You want a deadline. It's the 3rd of, we are the 3rd of June, so you should get an answer by the 3rd of July.
And you think a month is acceptable for that kind of response? Because that's not a solution, Mr. Chair. That's just when we can expect an answer of how we're going to engage with you. That's not the engagement. Are you telling me that we can engage with you by the 3rd of July? Because that's acceptable. If I go to my CEO or my CEO comes to me and says to me, I need something done, and I have to wait a month for something to happen, that's not going to fly in my company.
Yeah. I did clarify what you are asking for. I mean, it's always a good thing to speak with members. This is why I was telling my board members and the resource members which I met, it's always good to have this face-to-face discussion, because sometimes you have questions. It's normal to have questions. And I'd say that we gave a deadline, which is 3rd of July. If you want to meet board members, I don't see why it should be a problem to try to figure out how to meet. I can't get into the details right now because we have some logistical details which is outside my control, but we gave you a deadline and we heard you loud and clear. I'm going to give the mic to the 2 persons other than my client. By the way, the mic line is closed. You have the mic. Sorry. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got some brief comment on activity report. CEO pointed out that there's a police case which is going on for a while now. My suggestion is that we should look at a way of fast tracking it so that we get it sorted out.
Yes, this is a point taken, and even in the sessions here during corridors and tea breaks, some few members raised the same question. You will understand that we've done our part for now, and when that was happening, multiple other events happened, but we make a commitment that we, as I said, we made another reminder a few weeks ago, and I'm sure, and we hear you. And we expect the feedback from us. I'll not give a deadline soon, but expect the feedback for us. Thank you.
Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Noah Maina from SECOM again. I just wanted to add on what Saul was saying. And I guess if I understood what Saul Stein was saying is that as directors, beyond just, committing to respond to some of the questions by the date that has been set, at least attempt to also engage. I think that is the message he was trying to, push forward, that as directors, we should attempt to also engage with members beyond just the AGMM. Thank you, Chair.
That's a very good point. I hear what Mr. Stein said. I don't see any problem to do this engagement. I don't see any hands raised in the reward queue. I don't see anybody up the mic line. Let's go to item 5, which is a financial update. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Eshen, who is currently the chair of the audit committee. Mr. Eshen, you have the floor and the mic.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I'm waiting for the presentation to load. Okay. So my name is Benjamin Eshen, and I would like to present the Afrinic financial statements for the financial year ending 2021. Next slide, please. Yes, the audit committee. Yes, the audit committee is the subcommittee of the board that, among other things, looks at the audited statements from our auditors, and then it's composed of the 4 directors, which are listed below. For time's sake, I'd like to just make this fast so that we can proceed to other matters. So the audit committee comprises of the 4 directors as listed below on the screen. Next slide, please. This report represents the major aspects of the financial statements of Afrinic for the year 2021. The financial statement from which this report is extracted has been audited, approved, and published, and I think the URL for that was sent along with a notice to members. Next slide, please. The audit exercise was actually performed by BDO, and I'd like to recognize that BDO is actually in this room with us, so that we can any questions could be further directed to them. Now, following the audit, BDO issued an unqualified report on the audits, and some observations were made on how Afrinic can improve on existing controls that were already in place. Next slide, please. The financial statements for Afrinic is set out on page 5 to page 43 of the audited statements, and it comprises of the following: a statement of the financial position as of 31st December 2021, a statement of a comprehensive income for the year ended for then year ended, a statement for changes in equity for the year then ended, a statement for cash flow for the year then ended, and the notes comprising of significant accounting policies and other explanatory information. Now, some of the highlights of the AFS is as follows. We have a healthy cash flow. The bank balance increased from 9.2 million to about 11.9 million US dollars. The strategic cash reserve stood at 6.3 million, about 6.3 million, compared to that of 4.3 million US dollars in 2020. There was improvement in the trade receivables from $159,000 to $56,000, and a surplus of almost $2 million in 2021. The bank accounts were frozen. Sadly, due to our bank accounts were frozen from July 2021 to 5th August 2021. And as a result of that, as we heard from the annual report and from the donations, we received some $150,000 from various stakeholders who came to the assistance of Afrinic at the time of need. Next slide, please. Okay. And in addition to that, Afrinic received about $19,000 from grants, sponsorship, and other income related to fees, and that can be referenced in note 11, that is on page 23 of the AFS, the audited financial statements. The total income for the year was about $5.9 million, and the fee income recurring for the year was also 5.2, about almost $1 million. The fee income non-recurring was just a bit over $700,000, and the total combined administrative and distributive expenses amounted to $4 million. Next slide, please. Now, some details on the expenses. Expenses are broken down into administrative expenses and distributive expenses. The major deviation noted in the administrative expenses was mainly due to the legal fees of the ongoing, for the ongoing legal cases against Afrinic. No major travel was occurred in 2021, and the AIS was held online with less expenditure and related to the meeting expenses. Next slide, please. Okay, Mr. Chair, I've finished. May I proceed to ask questions on the AFS? Sure. So at this point, I would like to open the floor for questions related to the AFS, please. Okay. So I'd like to give the floor to the first person, Rashida, please. Okay, Andrew, yeah, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask you firstly whether you want my questions one by one or whether you wish to take notes and then answer all of them after the fact, because there are a number of them.
That depends on how many questions you have, Andrew. We are very much pressed for time, and as you said, there are people.
Sorry, Chair. We have to, by ordinary resolution after this, adopt these financials. As a member of this company, I will, by the way, be calling poll on that ordinary resolution as declared in, as is our right, particularly on the resolution by 7.6 of the bylaws. But as a member, we have the right to interrogate these financials, considering that we will have to ballot on
Andrew,
adoption.
one moment, please. From what I understand, the audit committee chair presented the financial and asked you if
Which I wish to question you on.
If you have any questions about it. Do you have a question about the financials?
I have many questions, and I simply asked if you want them all in one go, or if you want them to take them one by one and answer as I ask.
Andrew, I'll extend the courtesy of giving you the option to ask your 3 questions, and then
it's not 3. Sorry, as a member, I have a right to ask questions about the financials. There is no limit in the bylaws as to the questions that may be asked.
Please proceed with your first 3 questions, Mr. Austin.
Okay, the first 3 questions. Firstly, regarding the reserve account, there is a discrepancy of $16,565 between the signed financial statements and the stated amount in the Q4 financial numbers. Now, the answer that I got on the list of this was that the financials were adjusted for the audited financials because of an amount recognized in 2021, and therefore that is why there was this differential. However, when we get to 2022, in the Q1 2022 financials, the same discrepancy appears again. The answer that I got to this when I asked this question on the list was that the financials, effectively, the interest hadn't accrued. However, by the fact that the auditors had accrued it in 2021, because it is in the signed financials, it has to show up in Q1 of 2022. That is the only logical explanation. So there is a material misstatement in the either what is in the signed financials or in the Q1 of 2022. I need to know which, and I need this discrepancy explained. That is the first question. Second question, at the end of 2021, as per the audited statements, the company held $12,410,023 in cash and cash equivalents, including the reserve account. In this period, according to the Q1 2022 report, Afrinic spent $924,794 to the end of March 2022. Afrinic further then declared fee revenue of $5,117,295. Now, if we add all of this up, we need to assume that that fee revenue is simply a recognition of what is due. We are not going to assume that that is cash received. However, if we do this and we go back to the audited financials, in the audited financials, it states that Afrinic had already received $1.5 million in early payments. When we take all of this together, the numbers stop tallying. Because when you take all of this together and then you take the Q1 of 2022, you find that by the numbers, there is zero income that could have been possible by the published numbers between January and March on further fees. That needs to be explained. Secondly, third question. In the Q4 financials, I'm just checking on my notes here. Yes, in the Q4 financials, you recognized, and firstly, there was a discrepancy in the close of Q4 in the Q4 statements and the auditor's report. In the Q4 statements, you had $554,000, $529,000 in legal fees. That does not tally with the financial statement of $633,807. Now, while I realized that you recognized a huge amount of legal fees in Q4, my question is, how much more legal money was deferred into 2022, and what is the likelihood? Don't give me budgeted figures. I want a number on what was deferred from legal action and legal defenses taken in the last quarter of 2022. And I remind you, by the way, that this meeting is being recorded. I also reiterate that once the resolution is called to adopt these, if it is called because it is not on the agenda, there will be a poll called, as per the bylaws. I yield back to you before I ask my further questions. Those are my first three.
Okay, so if I get you correct, Mr. Austin, what you're saying is that there was a discrepancy, a discrepancy between the Q4 financial statements and what was audited, what was projected in the audited financial statements. Is that correct?
There is also a further discrepancy that is compounded by the fact that the Q4 numbers are then again reiterated in the Q1 2022 numbers. So you go from a number at the end of Q4 to the audited number, and then the number that is sitting in the Q4 statements again shows up in the Q1 2022. So you go from a low number to a higher number to a lower number.
Okay, so thank you for that. But I'd like to remind you that we are talking about the audited financial statements for 2021. So,
and I'm saying to you that you have a discrepancy in those audited. How can I, as a member, evaluate the audited financial statements if the board is supplying information which is directly contradicting what is in the audited financials? I, as a member, am going to have to ballot on the adoption of these financials. If you are telling me that as a board, you're okay with there being discrepancies in the numbers that you have supplied the members that do not correlate to the audited financials, then we have a problem, because then I will have to ballot against adoption of these financials.
I see there was an email today. I think Dr. Wale was telling me, mentioned an email which we received from one of our members today, and he worked on a reply. He sent a reply to the membership.
Correct, and I replied to that reply, echoing the exact same questions that I am now asking.
Mr. Ashton, please, could you please allow me some time to answer the question. I just ask for 15 or 30 seconds. Is that okay with you?
Yes, Chair, I'm okay with that. Then we can all go to the beach.
Thank you. You were looking at the Q4 report, which is on our website. I think you said that there's a discrepancy. By the way, we have what we call an audited financial statement, which is audited by BDO. The Q4 report is not really audited by BDO. It's just reporting as such. I don't have it in front of me, but from what I understand, I have to go and check it. So take it under advisement. The amount which you see there, it might be 529,000 under legal and consultancy. Then there's an amount in contingency. I think if we add these two together, it comes to $633 or $634,000. That's the explanation. It might seem
I am
like
quite happy with that explanation, Chair. Quite happy. I, however, would like a concrete answer to the first question raised, which has not as of yet been answered.
Sorry?
Regarding the reserve accounts and the discrepancies therein.
Yeah. For the reserve account, no, we're talking about the reserve. Yeah. What? Mr. Aston, could you please repeat the question?
Yes, if you look at the Q4 financials as supplied by the board, there is a number in there that states that the reserve account held $6,367,701. In the audited financials, as per note 9, the reserve account holds $6,384,266. This is a discrepancy of roughly $15,500. Now, the explanation that was given on the members list was that this was because it was unaudited and there was interest accrual. However, if you then look at the Q1 statements of 2022, the number then reverts from the number in the audited financial statements of $6,384,266 to the previous number of $6,367,701. So again, you have a discrepancy. Further to that, if you look at the quarter-by-quarter financials that were published in 2020, 2021, and now in 2022, accrual of interest is displayed per quarter. Now, if you are accruing interest per quarter in those numbers, as has been the precedent, that $15,000 discrepancy would actually rise to roughly $55,000. I want an explanation.
Thank you, Andrew. Let me assist my colleagues. By Q1, the audit had not yet been completed by the end of Q1 when the accounts of Q1 were being reported. So the audit had not yet been completed. That's why you see those figures the way they are. And on the interest, there's a maturity level of the interest. The deposits were done on different dates. In fact, one of them was a flip over. It matured within a year, and then it moved to the following year. It was a rollover. The agreement within the financial institution is when the maturity reaches and we don't claim it back, they roll it back into investment. So basically, the difference on the interest rates because of the different maturity dates of the interest. I hope that unfairly.
But you still haven't explained to me. I understand the differential between the Q4 and the audited. That I get. That's okay. What I do not understand is how you went from a balance in an audited financial statement to a lesser balance at the end of Q1 2022, particularly considering that account is A, interest bearing, 3, cannot be withdrawn from without board resolution that does not exist. The fact is that the Q1 number in the audited statements is $16,000 higher than the number at the end of Q1 2022. How can this happen?
Sorry, Dr. Abdallah is trying to understand the question. I think it's a bit complex because we have the AFS in front of us because we are supposed to discuss about the AFS and you're quoting another report. Yes, I know it's on our website, so it's a bit confusing. We'll follow up, please follow up on the mailing list so that we can have clarity on this. You know, it's
okay, but please understand, Chair, that I have to, when the poll and the ballot of an ordinary resolution to adopt these financials is called, I have to ballot on the information supplied by this board at this meeting, not at some future date. And right now, you have a discrepancy, and the discrepancy is really, really simple. You have a high number in an audited number. You have a lower number in an end of Q1 2022 on an account that is interest-bearing that cannot be withdrawn against. That is a discrepancy that has to be explained.
I'm going to give the floor to the chair of the audit committee.
Yes, Mr. Austin, we recognize your question and the frustration that is going through. However, this is on the Q21 financial audited statements. We would have to defer and not defer the question.
I accept that and will ballot accordingly, in which case I would like to proceed with my last question, which was not in my, well, 2 last questions. No, I'll actually make it 1.
Yes. Okay, please hold on. I gave you 3 questions.
Okay.
You've asked your 3 questions. We've answered one of them, and we'd like to give the floor to others to also ask their questions, please. Thank you. Mr. Stoll, you have the floor.
It looks like it's me. Sorry, it's Saul from eNetworks. What provisions have been made for these financial lawsuits that are in place and for the legal fees? And do we have any idea what these legal fees could end up being for the court cases that are in play at the moment?
Sorry. Can you speak a little louder? I can't hear you.
Sorry, I hope that's a little bit better. What provisions has been made for the court cases that are ongoing at the present, both for legal fees and what we expect the legal fees to be? And as a follow-on question, and maybe it's a bigger question for now, but maybe it can be dealt with under general. Were all these legal fees and the possible results taken into account when these cases or the actions that cause these cases taken into consideration?
Okay, so to answer your question quite briefly, we have no. I'm sure you appreciate that we have no way of knowing the legal cases that will come to Afrinic. However, if you allow the AFS to continue, you realize that we will prepare the financials budget for the 2022 year, and then in that one, I'm sure we have made some budgeted estimates as to the legal fees for that time. We don't expect to exceed those figures that have been placed there, but like I said, we have no control as to the legal cases that will be brought against Afrinic or anything like that.
No problem, but I'd just like to correct you on one point, though. I'm happy to defer and see what's coming. We do have an idea. When you try and take someone's business, whether I agree with the business practices of the litigants is neither here nor there, not subject to this discussion. But when you try and take someone's business away from them, you can expect legal ramifications. So you can predict that.
Sorry, I still can't hear you very well.
I said when you try and take someone's business away from them, whether I agree with his business practices or not, when you try and take someone's business away from them, you end up opening yourself to litigation. So that can be predicted. Every action has a reaction.
Yes.
But we can move on now.
We take your comment and we appreciate your comment. Any other question? Mr. Paul, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, on this particular item, it's been quite clear from what Andrew's pointed out and from what is in the financial statements that a considerable amount of money is being spent on what is just being put as litigation, and there is, as has been pointed out, money missing or not properly accounted for by the board. What I wish to establish is whether or not any funds, either that is in this black hole of money that is a problem, or from the litigation budget, whether any of those funds were spent on criminal representation for members of the board. That ties to a question that the board continues to refuse to answer, which is, are any members of the board currently under criminal suspicion as a result of their activities in Afrinic? And so the related question is Afrinic and Afrinic members effectively paying for criminal defense activities by legal teams? If that is in fact the case, Mr. Chair, then I think a motion to suspend members of the board who are under criminal investigation would be the natural course. But at this stage, we are trying to ascertain whether or not any money is being spent on criminal defense. And that's under this topic. And again, while I have the microphone, I reiterate the fact that there is an outstanding poll that needs to be taken, and there is an outstanding privileged motion for adjournment that cannot be ignored by the chair and keep the meeting going on legally. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall. I'm trying to remember your question, but I don't remember that if that was a question or a comment, because I was trying to see how how this was related to the audited financial statements. So I would like to restrict myself to that. Yeah. And so yes, and all the legal fees that have been published in the audited financial statements are to all our legal our lawyers. So like again, this should be related to the financial statements, and I think that's that. Any other comments? We will just take that and I appreciate you for that. The next person is Ben Madison, please.
Thank you. I'm not sure that I was next in the queue. I believe there were a couple of people before me. I'm happy to skip ahead if you would like me to.
Yes. Okay. So Andrew, you have the floor. How many questions do you have? Wayne. Sorry. Wayne. Sorry. Wayne. Sorry. Wayne, you have the floor. Wayne Diamond, you have the floor.
Mr. Chair, I just want to point out regarding the AFS. An annual financial statement is not a matter of an opinion, but a matter of fact. They have to balance, and the auditors and the board have to agree on it before presenting them to the members. They have to balance in all aspects. If the AFS is not balancing as you have presented it now, you cannot defer later. You cannot defer and say, we will get back to you later regarding this, because then the matter of fact is that the financials don't balance. If they are incorrect, they cannot be tabled. And the entire board, and if they are going to be tabled and accepted by the board, I just want to make you aware that the chairman, the entire board, and the auditors can be held liable of the fact for not doing their fiduciary duties. Please be aware that if you are tabling them, you need to accept that they are 100% correct and you are happy with them, and you cannot defer later to the fact to say, oh, we were not happy. You may respond to questions within it, but you cannot change them. So I just want to make that clear to the board now that that is the case. Are you telling us that the financials, you, the board, are 100% happy and that they balance, then they can be voted on? If they are not 100% accurate and do not balance, you cannot present them to the members for voting. Thank you.
Yes, yes, thank you for the comment. But as I said, we are talking about the audited financial statements for 2021. The Q1 2022 has not been audited. It could have been a mistake. It could have been so many things. It have not been audited. So please, let's restrict our comments to the audited, and that one. So unless you're saying that there's a problem with the audited financial statements, that's what we are looking at. But the Q1, Q 2022 has not been audited. So, and that's what I said and referred to, that will be looked at, and then yes, that will be looked at, and then the proper things can be done. But please, let's refer to the audited financial statements for 2021. Okay. Andrew, you're back. Yes. And I think I'd like to close the queue at this point. So
I have a single question, and this relates to something in the audited financials, but it needs an answer.
Sorry, one more, please.
Okay, just to add to the.
Could you state your name so that, I mean, they know who's speaking?
Yes.
Could you just state your name so that there will be more people know who's speaking?
Oh, my name. Okay, my name is Pierre Omari Abdallah. Thank you. Now, just to make a comment on the financial statements. These are the audited, and we received an unqualified report from the external auditors. And usually, management accounts will differ with the audited accounts. So the management accounts which have been presented for Q1, there'll be Q2, Q3, hopefully at the end of the year, they'll also differ, because at the end of the day, the professional report which will be taken is the external auditor's report. And for last year, we as the board, we are certified. We are satisfied with it. The external auditors issued an unqualified report. So it's not that they are not balancing. We can say they are not. There are some accounting theories and accounting standards differences within the management accounts, which are posted every quarter. So and you know, within the auditing standards, the auditor has the last word. If we don't follow that, they qualify the accounts. But the explanation they gave after auditing the accounts, we were satisfied with that explanation. Thank you.
Okay. If I may.
Thank you. One moment, please. Thank you, Dr. Omari, for this explanation. Okay, where are we in the queue, Benjamin? Where are we in the queue?
Yes, let's take the questions from the floor.
Okay, I'm going to close the queue. I'm going to take, when I say close the queue, meaning the gentleman under my client, Cecilia. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Wallner. Please state your name, and I know you, but please state your name and affiliation And please comment.
There, Paul Walmeyer, Africa on Cloud. I would like to know how much Africa spent on legal fees for board members, their personal cases. I saw in one of the resolutions that Africa has been paying for legal fees.
Sorry, for the financial year 2021, there are no legal fees that was paid to the board of directors or for the board of directors.
Okay. Is that it? The resolution that I saw.
What was the?
I'll go look at it now.
What you saw the resolution? What was it dated?
I'll go have a look at it now and I'll read it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Bope, you have the floor, please.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Bope, ISPA, RDC. We have read the financial and we are satisfied with it, and then we are ready to move a motion to adopt it. Can I proceed or should I wait?
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, the proposed text, if you allow me to read it loud.
Oh, yes.
Okay. Resolve to adopt by ordinary resolution the financial statement of the company for the year ended 31st December 2021, proposed by ISPA RDC. Thank you.
We need a seconder for this motion.
Hervé Clément, Orange Botswana, I second the motion.
We have a motion on the floor to adopt the financial auditor financial statement for the year 2021. Any comments about the motion before we move forward? I'm going to give the floor to I see 3 persons on the queue, the report queue. There's Paul, Ben Manchin, and Andrew Aston. You have 1 minute each. Paul, please. Okay. We have 4 persons in the queue. I'll take them first and I'll take you. Okay. No, fine. You can stay there. You're welcome.
Mr.
Okay.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman, again, it's been called for a poll on this resolution. Prior to the resolution being done, I reiterate the call for the poll. I will not be withdrawing my call for the poll. The bylaws are explicit that if any one member calls for a poll, Crystal Webb is a resource member, it is calling for a poll on this resolution. Members ought to be afforded the ability to cast a vote by anonymous ballot on this resolution. That's as simple as it is. And I'm reiterating it. Also, the previous response to my question was wholly unsatisfactory. The question is very simple. In these financial statements, there is evidence of funds being spent on litigation. What portion of funds spent on litigation, if any, was in defense of an individual charged or investigated for criminal conduct during the period in review? It's a very simple question, and a straightforward on the record denial should suffice, and if it doesn't, then we have other questions that follow. But there has been a demand for a poll, and I reiterate that demand for a poll. This matter must be taken by poll, not by simply 2 members in the room deciding that they can ride roughshod with the support of the chair.
Thank you, Paul. I'm going to the floor to Mr. Badison. Your floor. Please keep it brief so that we can move forward.
Thank you, Chair. So on the balance sheet, no provision is made for potential liabilities arising out of an adverse judgment in the pending litigation. and that's discussed in note 23 to the financial statements. And to quote from the last sentence of that section, the board is from which it's anticipated that no material liabilities would arise. I'd like to understand, firstly, the advice that the board received and the judgment that they applied in reaching that analysis, because it seems to me that there is substantial potential liability that could come about as a result of that litigation. And if an adverse judgment was received, it would have impact the ability of the company to continue as a going concern. So it seems that the board has not acted with great prudence in not making allowance for that situation in the financial statements. Please let me know if my question was unclear.
Yes. Sorry, I'm going to take the next. I'm not ignoring the question. I'm going to take the next person in the queue. Then we're going to walk down the queue. Mr. Alston, please state name and affiliation as usual. As a reminder. Mr. Alston, you have the floor. I'm going to go to the next person because I'm not seeing any response. Mr. Elkins, you have the floor.
You can hear me?
Yes, please proceed, Mark. I'm not hearing anything from Mr. Elkins.
Okay, let me try that again. I agree that there needs to be a poll regarding the adoption of the financial statement and not simply an acclamation in a room full of 8 people while there are something like 200 plus people outside in the queue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Elkins. Thanks, Mark. It's nice to hear from you. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Wallner.
Okay, Paul Wallner, Africa on Cloud. I'm going to read the resolution from 2020-01.666. Whereas the company has received a notice of motion from Cloud Innovation Limited against Afrinic Limited and others on 13 January 2022, resolved that all legal costs to be incurred by a director related to the case to be owned by the company.
Yeah.
And that was proposed and seconded.
Not trying to interrupt you. Yeah, I'm looking at the transcript. He said 2020. So it's 2022 from other audited financial statement on my screen here. It's for the FY 2021. So I think we are confusing two issues. The resolution was taken this year. So it can't be in the audited financial statement. There's no cost there. As my colleague said, there's no cost here because this decision was taken this year, not in the last financial year.
I understand that. I'd just like to know what those costs are.
Sorry?
I would just like to understand what those costs are.
Oh, you mean for this year?
Yes.
Okay. Would you mind? We have a budget. We have, I think, to present the Afrinic 20 item 5.4. So we'll discuss it in item 5.4 if you don't mind.
Okay.
It's in this budget. I'm not trying to push out. It's just like one is audited, the other is the current budget. Do you want? I'm going to give the floor to the chair of the audit committee, rather, to comment. Then what I heard from the room, and I mean the remote room and the in-presence room, is that there was a call for a poll. I'll rule on it in a few minutes, but before that, I'll let the chair of the audit committee comment on the comments which we received about the audited financial statements for the year for FY 2021.
Sorry, can you remind me of the comment? I thought we have.
Oh, there's no comment.
Oh, no, there's no comment. Yeah.
Okay, fine. I think I would like to thank the people who reminded me that it's good that we have a poll about it. As I said, we are a membership-based organization, and the annual general members meeting is for the members to express themselves. If the members want a poll, I think that it's fair to have a poll about this matter. There's already a resolution. It was moved by, I think, ISPA DRC. It was seconded by Orange, Botswana. Orange, Botswana. About geography, by the way. CEO, logistics. So the time is, in UTC, it's 13:59 UTC. So can we have, yeah, the CEO will explain the logistics for the poll.
Thank you, Chair. It's the same as what we did earlier on. So the team is going to put this vote, this resolution in 3 minutes. In 3 minutes, it will appear in your MyAfrinic portal. And for the people in the room that have registered for elections, you may request for ballot paper, and it will be provided to you. So if I can read again the question, the motion. It was resolved to adopt by ordinary resolution the financial statements of the company for the year ended 31 December 2021.
Thank you, CEO Eddie. So in 3 minutes, the logistics will have the poll up, then we can start voting. What is it? Okay, the time is 14 hours UTC. In 3 minutes, we're going to announce when the voting starts. I'm going to give 10 minutes? 10 minutes for the voting. So let's say we close it at 14:13 UTC. Good to go? Thank you. I'll make an announcement once the poll is open. We also have on-site voting. So if you want to take a ballot and vote for the adoption of the financial statement, now is the time to do that. If anybody want, okay, I just have confirmation from. Okay, the electronic voting is open for this motion about the adoption of the financial statements for FY 2021. There's also voting in the room for people who want to vote by paper ballot.
Hi there, everyone. Just want to find out if anyone can actually access the my.afrinic site. It appears to be down. Anyone aware of this?
The poll is open. I think I was informed by the CEO that the network is a bit slow. Some people have difficulty reaching the website. So I said that the poll is going to be closed at 14:13. So I would like to extend it to 14:25 to give people more time to cast their vote. Thank you.
Your attention, please. As it has been reported, we're currently facing a challenge on the MyAfrinic system, and we are availing a different poll solution through the meeting environment. So shortly, you are going to see a poll in the Mitico room, and you are kindly, only for remote. For those in the room, the ballot is here. Pardon? No. What I'm saying, for those who are in the room, use the ballot paper. Ballot paper. Okay. Oh, if you've not yet done it, please do. But if you've already done it, it's okay. MyAfrinic is now working. MyAfrinic is now working. Okay. So let's just hold a bit. Have you started? No. So let's. I've just got to report that MyAfrinic is currently now working smoothly. Can we allow for 5 more minutes?
Okay, the CEO just informed me, he was informed that MyAfrinic is currently working. I said that we close the poll at 14:25, which means that we have 9 minutes for people to go to MyAfrinic and vote. So please, I would like to encourage you to vote. The resolution is resolved to adopt by ordinary resolution the audited financial statements for the year ended 31st December 2021. Yes, I would like to remind the people in the room and the people who are remote that it's 14:23. We have 2 minutes more before the poll closes. So please go to My Afinic or cast a ballot in the room. Thank you. I'm going to allow 5 more minutes because the feedback I received that people need a bit more time to cast their votes. So the poll will close at 15:30 UTC. No, 14:30 UTC. Thank you.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, I'm informed that there is a need to refresh this meeting room as we are waiting for these 5 minutes. I'm speaking of the meeting room online, not the meeting room here. We can't refresh the room per se. So there's a small maintenance that will take 5 minutes approximately, right? You don't need to do anything. You will see it disconnect and you will reconnect, okay? Just give us a time as we are moving ahead. Thank you, sir.
You have the floor. Could we have the results of this poll, please?
Yes, Chair. The result, the final result, we have 39 yeses and 41 noes. The 39 yeses is made up as follows. We have 30 persons who voted yes online and 9 who voted yes on site. Nobody voted no on site, and 41 voted no online. So this brings us to a total yeses of 39 and 41 noes.
Thank you. So if I understand correctly, the resolution failed.
Indeed, Chair.
Thank you. Let's move. We are on 5.1. Okay, was it? Yeah. Oh, it's 5.2. We are on 5.3. Benjamin, Chair of the Audit Committee, you have the floor.
Next slide, please. Okay. For the appointment of the external auditors for the year 2022, the current external auditors, BDO, has provided a very good professional service, and the board shall be recommending their reappointment for the year 2022 financial year at this AGM. At this point, we'd like to have a member. Is there a member with a resolution to accept the reappointment of BDO?
I second the appointment of the auditor.
Sorry, we need a first proposal,
Okay.
please.
Okay, I propose the appointment. Okay, my name is Mzee Boma from TISPA. I'm proposing, I'm recommending that we appoint the auditor.
Okay. There's an audit, yes. Okay. Is there?
I'm proposing.
Yes, proposing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Is there a seconder, please?
Shambope ISPA DLC, I second. Thank you.
Okay. So, Chair, could you take over the process, please?
Yeah, we have a motion on the floor to appoint the external auditor. Appoint. What is it?
Next slide, please.
Resolved. The resolution is resolved to reappoint BDO as the external auditor for the financial year 2022.
So,
are there, I mean, does anybody want to comment because I had polls or whatever? Do you want to go to? Yes, Andrew, you have the floor. Sorry.
Yes, I am formally exercising his right to call poll on this vote, as is precedented by both Uganda and the meeting before Uganda on appointment of auditors. I hence call poll.
Sorry. Okay. May I suggest that you speak a bit softer because I mean I could not understand
Sure
because
thing.
of our application.
That is fine, Chair. I am formally requesting a poll on this vote. As there is precedent for a poll, on the appointment of auditors as per Uganda and the meeting before, and because this is an ordinary resolution subject to the same right of poll as the previous motion.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. Ashum, okay, I'm going to give Mr. Paul and ACL administration and Matthew Paunisa. I mean, everybody has 30 seconds, so let's keep it brief. Paul?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm also, and I have also in the chat indicated, I'm formally requesting a poll on this matter. I don't believe that when you have a financial statement resolution fail, that there is any confidence being shown in the auditors. So I think it stands to reason that there isn't happiness from the membership as to the auditors, and this should be tested by way of a poll. I'd also just like to indicate that with there being a failure on the last motion to pass, that the organization does not have approved financial statements, and it will either have to call a supplementary general meeting or will have to address the fact that its audited financial statements were not accepted by the members. It's quite severe, but on this matter, I'm demanding a poll as well.
I see. Thank you, Paul. I see ACL administration. Please state your name and affiliation, please. You have 30 seconds.
But on this matter, I'm demanding a poll as well.
I see. Thank you, Paul. I see. Sorry, we can't hear you. I'm going to give. Sorry,
Yes,
I'm not
thank
hearing
you.
you.
Olia Jao, Access and Content Limited. I'd like to point out that prior to the meeting refresh, as it was called by the CEO, there were over 200 members online. And after the meeting refresh, we now have less than 90 members online. So whatever it is we're doing, we have deliberately disconnected over 100 people, and we're now doing this without them.
Thank you. I mean, the internet works in different ways in different countries, but it's all TCP/IP. I'll let the CEO comment about this.
Thank you. That's Deole? Yeah, I think it's Deole. So, whoever it is, thank you for what you said. And I understand the suspicion, which has been the environment in which we're operating currently. However, what we did, this meeting was planned for 2 hours, right? 4 hours. Come again? Yes, this meeting was set up in the system for 4 hours plus 2 hours overtime. And the way our partner solution works, it is important to refresh the system for that to be again back to 4 hours and 2 hours, 4 hours plus 2 hours overtime. It has nothing to do with us. We have not heard, have you seen any complaints so far on email? Because they have our email when they have issues. And so far, none of them has arrived. It has been done by an external service provider. And apart from promising that we didn't play with anything, there's not much I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Mathieu. Okay, I'm going to close the queue after Haitam Takaria. I see Mr. Ben Roberts as well. So Mathieu, you have 30 seconds. Let's keep it to the motion which is on the floor, which is about the appointment of the external auditor. Mathieu, you have the floor, 30 seconds. Mathieu, could we please give Mathieu the floor?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you now. You have the floor, Mathieu, 30 seconds.
Okay, thank you. I have to strongly disagree with what Eddie just said. I'm one of those 120 plus people that have been trying to rejoin this meeting. I have not been here for the last 15 minutes since you had to refresh the system. I have absolutely no clue of what was the result of the previous voting, like many of us. I have no clue what we are talking about right now. I will not accept that I run a crappy network. AD is one of our subscribers, and many of the people on this floor are running on our network. It's just the system that was not working. And as a comment, I want to say that as a tech and internet community, the online meeting has been extremely poor in terms of attendance and listening from the people physically present in Mauritius. Lots of us have been requesting the floor, not giving it. Most of the comments have not been followed. And you know, if we want to run as a community, it's good that people that are being online and voting are waited for whenever we restart the system. I understand that this meeting has been running long over time and that you have to refresh the system, but as Eddie mentioned, you have to wait and not do anything to reconnect. I had to regenerate the token, reconnect with the token, and it took me 10 plus minutes to rejoin. Right now, we are 97 people online. We were more than 200 before refreshing.
Thank you, Mathieu. Ben Roberts, you have the floor. Could we please give the floor to Mr. Roberts?
For me, it just seemed like a glitch. The screen at some point just went blank, and I refreshed straight away and came straight back in. I didn't really see a problem. It's just one of those internet glitches. That would be my comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I see Haitam. 30 seconds, you have the floor.
Couldn't reconnect till 2:36 UTC. So for how many hours we have now for the meeting? You said that you have 4 hours and we exceeded the time. So now how many hours we have? Repoke or adjust our meet echo. That's one. The other one is I am asking for waiting for 15 minutes to enable other people. It's more than 100 members now couldn't connect, and please, if you can send to them an email, because I send immediately at 2:14 to the legal at afrinet.net that I disconnected and can't reconnect. Until now, I didn't have any reply from legal at afrinet.net. You can find it at 2:14 UTC. So please, I am asking for adjournment for the meeting for about 15 minutes to allow other members to join, because we are going to vote or to appoint a BDO. So it's 100 member votes will make a difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Haitam. It's nice to hear from you, Haitam. I mean, we were on the board together. We have a motion to appoint the external auditor. The motion is resolved to reappoint BDO as the external auditor for the financial year 2022. It was proposed by Mr. Bouma and seconded by Dr. Bobe. There's been a call for a poll for this. I think I'm looking at our election committee staff. They are good to go. So we're going to open a poll on this stuff. You can vote by casting a ballot in the room, or you can vote online on My Afrinic. The poll will close, I think I heard somebody said in 50 minutes. So the poll will close at 17:05 UTC. Oh, sorry, I'm taking Paris times. It was the wrong time. I mean, I'll 3 time zones on this. The poll will close at 15:05 UTC. So the poll is open. It's under position to reappoint BDO as the external auditor for this financial year. Thank you. I would like to remind everybody in the room that we have ballot papers to vote on the resolution to reappoint BDO as external auditor for financial year 2022. And if you're not in the room, please join my Afinic online and please vote on this resolution. Thank you. The vote will close at 15:05 UTC. I would like to remind everybody that my Appoint is open for vote. We are also for voting on the resolution to reappoint BDO as the external auditor for financial year 2022. We also have our nice election staff waiting at the transparent ballot box to allow you to vote on this resolution. If you have not voted, please vote. The time is 14:56 or 57 UTC. You have 7 more minutes. We'll close the vote at 15:05 UTC. Thank you. Oui, en fait. The time is 15:06. The poll is closed. Could our election committee please tally the ballots? I mean, please the tally of the votes. Thank you.
Chair,
Mr. Chair, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chair. The results of this poll, Chair, are as follows. We have a total yeses of 39 and total of noes 42. Made up as follows. Those who voted online, we have 33 who voted for yes and 42 noes. And those who participated on site, we had 6 participants and they all voted yes. So that makes it a total of 39 yeses and 42 noes. Thank you, Chair.
can you confirm that the vote failed?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you, Election Committee. Let's move to the next item of the agenda, which is 5.4. It's a presentation. It's the Chair of the Finance Committee, Dr. Adewale, who is going to present. He's going to present the AFRINIC 2022 financial budget. Dr. Adewale, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. My slides, please. This is the presentation of the budget, AFRINIC budget for the year 2022. And these are the members of the Finance Committee, Adewale Adedokun, Abdallah Omari, and Eddie Kakura. Next slide. Okay, the board approved the budget for financial year 2022 on 27 December 2021. A sum of $6,144,344 USD was budgeted for total operating expenses and $503,850 for capital expenses. The total revenue for year 2022 is estimated to be $6,221,100, and the budget surplus is $76,756 USD. The budget was in anticipation of that the activities of the organization that was restricted due to COVID-19 will resume fully in the year 2022. Next slide, please. So this table shows the summary of the budget, registration services through to contingencies. Next slide, please. And this is just a pictorial representation of the budget. Next slide. The financial reports can be found on the AFRINIC website. The links are there. Thank you.
Thank you, Finance Committee Chair. I would like to thank the Finance Committee. There's Dr. Wale, who is Chair of the Finance Committee. There's Dr. Abdallah, who is also, member of the Finance Committee. And there's the CEO, Eddie, who is a member of the Finance Committee. I would like to thank you all for your work over the last year on the budget. The floor is open for questions, and the remote, locally and remotely. I see one person in the queue. Are there any questions? I think I defer the question to this item from the AFS. You wanted to ask a question, Mr. Paul. You wanted to ask a question, I think, earlier. So I'm going to give you the floor now. Sorry, I deferred it because it's in this item. Yes, I know. You have the floor.
My question stands from Resolution 666. Is AFRINIC funding the members' legal costs, the directors' legal costs? And if so, how much?
Okay, thank you. As it stands now, there is no legal cost for any AFRINIC board member as of today. And so I can't say how much, basically. Each case is going to be treated on its own merit as it comes.
Okay, so to date, there's been no financials.
Sorry?
So to date, there's been no financial costs.
For individual members of the board?
Yeah.
As of today? No.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I see 2 persons in the queue. After this, I'm going to close the mic line. There's Mr. Paul remotely. Could you please give the mic?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Chair, I note that in terms of the agenda, the elections were supposed to have closed at about this point in time, and I'm presuming that means that the vacancies of, I think it's 5 of the board seats that have come into effect. My question, which is related to that, and ties directly to the current budget, is has the organisation budgeted to expend financial resources on defending former board members or board members whose term expired in the last couple of minutes and who have not been reappointed because this meeting has not been able to hold an election pursuant to an injunction? Has anything been budgeted for that? And what amount of money has been budgeted to deal with the fact that the organization, as we're speaking, has no external auditors, does not have approved audited financial statements for the previous financial year, and is faced with a lack of quorum amongst its directors once this meeting ends? It's quite important to know in the current moving forward budget how much money the organization intends wasting in such a precarious position. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wale. Okay, I'll comment on this. We are in a meeting. Yes, there are decisions were taken on the floor. There's a budget which was approved on 27th December 2021. So the question should be about this. I mean, the board has not even met, so we can't comment on events which happened while we're sitting here. I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Alston. Please state your name and affiliation. You have the floor. You have 1 minute, by the way.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Andrew Alston, representing the Liquid Telecom Group of Companies. In 2019, Afrinic made a net surplus of 1.224 million. In 2020, they made a surplus of 2.139 million. In 2021, they made a surplus of 1.916 million. Keeping in mind that the legal fees in 2021, which according to the board will not be repeated, amounted to $633,000, they would have seen, without those, a surplus of roughly 2.5 million. Now, in every single case of these, including the non-COVID year, Afrinic is generating surplus in excess of 20% of their revenue. My understanding, and this can be clarified, is that under Mauritian law, a non-profit, even while accumulating surplus for reserves, may not accumulate more than 15% surplus in a year. My question, therefore, is what exactly is the board going to do about this massive excess surplus without continuing to put their tax exemption at risk? I would also like to know, did the auditors in a management letter specify anything about the excessive amount of surplus being made by this organization as a non-profit? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Austin. By the way, I'm from Mauritius, so if you could help me understand which law are you talking about? Because we have lawyers.
Please go and check the accounting standards. This has been looked at quite closely, and my understanding on the accounting standards and the rules around non-profits, I will leave this. It is not for me as a member to tell the board how to go and check things legally. You are free to go and check that with your lawyers. If I am wrong, I welcome a clarification on the members list. I'm not always right, but my understanding is that a non-profit may not accumulate surplus of more than 15% a year, and by doing so is at risk of losing its tax exemption. I actually would now request the board that outside of this meeting to go and check this legally and come back to us with an answer if you do not have one right now.
Thank you for your suggestion, Mr. Austin. It is well received. So we're going to listen to you. I'm still aboard, so I'm going to get it checked after the meeting, not Saturday or Sunday next week. I'm going to let Dr. Wali, if you have any comments. Something? No. If you have any comments.
Okay, thank you. This question was asked earlier, and I responded to Mr. Andrews' mail. This is well taken. The external auditors has actually flagged this. So it is not really something that is it's not an issue that is very new. The external auditors has flagged it probably last year. And the board has initiated a process of fee review, which we go through the normal consultation process. So, Mr. Andrew, you can be sure that your voice is going to be heard. When the review gets to you, please let's know what you feel, how this surplus can be taken care of, so that we don't keep having surplus every year. Thank you.
I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Walder. Please state, and we know each other, but please state your name and affiliation, please.
Paul Wonger, Africa on Cloud. From 6 o'clock, we haven't had quorum. So is this meeting still legal?
So you're asking me to check quorum?
Well, that's basically a statement. We don't have quorum.
We have quorum. Do you want to check? I mean, it's up to you.
Okay, I'll check. Then regarding resolution 666, how much, what was the budget that was allocated for it?
There's no budget. I mean, it's not, if there was a estimate allocated for it, it would have been in the resolution. It was a decision taken. When it comes to quorum, I'm going to check the quorum.
Okay.
So,
Silvio Almada. I'm from, I represent South Africa. I'm also president Angola Internet Exchange.
Chair, point of order, Chair. Point of order.
Association.
no, one moment. Let's do the board members first, then we'll come to the floor. Sorry, just to keep it a bit more structured.
Abdallah Omari, Eastern Africa.
Where are you looking, West Africa?
KDK, CEO.
Supaya Munsami, Director, Board Member, Indian Ocean.
Habib Youssef, North Africa, seat 1.
Benjamin Eshen, Independent Seat 8. Non-regional Independent Seat 8.
Shiv Ojedeji, Independent 1.
We need 5 resource members.
Chair, I have a point of order regarding the checking of the quorum, please, Chair. Do you allow me to speak?
We'll take your point of order.
Yes, check. I don't think we have to check the quorum in the middle of the meeting. We check the quorum at the beginning. We cannot check, like, stop the meeting in the middle and then check the quorum. That's my point of order, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, we are not
Based on the legal advice I received, we don't have a obligation to check, but it's a matter of courtesy. So in the room, we have
You say it's a matter of what?
courtesy.
As per which law? If you allow me, Chair. Thank you.
It is my understanding that after 6 p.m. it expired.
What do you mean after 6 p.m. it expired?
After 6 p.m., yeah.
The GM is still running, by the way.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear that.
We are in an AGM. We are in an annual general meeting of the resource members and registered members of AFRINIC.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, we move forward if everybody's okay with that. We are coming to the adjournment for the break. Okay. So I think we took an adjournment. Yeah, we took an adjournment earlier for 1 hour. So let's get over with the next item. To present the nomination committee report, we have Mr. Mina, who is the nomination committee chair. I'll give him the floor. Sorry? No. Of what? Pourquoi on a dit pas de quoi?
Good evening. The slides, I guess. I had sent slides, so I won't use that. I have slides.
Okay. Does he have your slide?
Yes. Okay. Thank you. So my name's Anoa Maina. I'll be presenting the NOMCOM 2022 report to the AFRINIC Annual General Members Meeting. So basically, the NOMCOM 2022 was appointed on 19th March 2022, and the composition of the NOMCOM was comprised of course, myself, Noah Maina, as chairman, Mr. Bill Sangiwa, Mr. Alhaji Madi, and Dr. Abdallah Omar as the board appointee. Next slide. So, of course, there was an election process. The AFRINIC election guidelines for 2022 were published by the board, and the nomination committee work was basically based on the published election guidelines. NOMCOM has been mandated by the AFNIC bylaws. There are provisions within the bylaws that basically enables the NOMCOM to, prescribe criteria for eligibility to stand as candidates. So basically those provisions are 9 and 13, and the nomination committee basically worked based on those provisions. And the NOMCOM had a set of, engagements, meetings, and after that we did an announcement of open seats that were given to us by the board. Communication was sent to the members and the community. And of course, we continued over time during the process to communicate between the board, the nominees, the final slate of candidates, and of course, the election committee, which was appointed by the organization. Next slide. So I'll be only discussing the slate for GovCom for obvious reasons, and we of course announced that there was one GovCom position which was open for re-election, and the NOMCOM received only one nomination, and the nominee was basically processed. Next slide. So when the NOMCOM went through the criteria and the guidelines, we were able to, slate one candidate for the GovCom, and that candidate is Ms. Maud Ashong Elliott. Okay, next slide. So as per, of course, the voting timeline, the e-voting, proxy appointment and registration was opened on 19th May 2022. Closure of proxy appointment was done on 28th May. And today, the day of the election has since, ended. And we, of course, for online casting of ballots, but they'll still be on site elections later on for those who are on site. And therefore, this will enable all of you to cast your ballots for that said candidate. Next slide. So to conclude, the NOMCOM is honored with the trust and opportunity to serve. The NOMCOM would love to thank the board of AFNIC, the CEO of AFNIC, the AFNIC Elections Committee team, the nominees, the nominators, and the seconders for the overwhelming cooperation and support. And of course, the NOMCOM above all thanks the AFNIC members and the community for participating in the process. And the NOMCOM, like I said, calls on those who are on site to exercise their rights to vote freely and independently. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Maina, for your report, NOMCOM Chair. Do you have any questions before we move forward? Up to the queue. Let's keep the question to the report, by the way. It's Mr. Paul, 1 minute, then ACL administration, 1 minute. Mr. Paul.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, just to again reiterate the fact that the holding of the election was injuncted. So, most of the NOMCOM's report is meaningless. There evidently have been major problems with the NOMCOM's conduct, and resolution setting aside those proceedings by the NOMCOM would probably have been helpful. I also just want to indicate that I think there's some confusion as to this matter of quorum. The question is quite simple, and that is whether the board has quorum, and whether if the board does not have quorum, whether that has an impact on the
I'm going to cut this comment. Why? This comment, I gave 1 minute for us to discuss the NOMCOM report as presented I already made a statement about other matters related to the about 8.1. So if you have any question about what was presented, I'm going to give you 15 seconds to make your case, else I'm going to move to the next person. Paul? ACL administration.
My case is quite simple. We've just received a presentation from a non-com that didn't do its job properly. And therefore I propose that we resolve to set aside what that non-com had decided to do. It's a little bit of a problem for us to take that report, have it tabled and simply accept it when it's quite clear that it was fatally flawed. So I propose that we resolve to set aside all of the misadventures of this improperly conducting itself non-com. Otherwise, we may have other problems in the future.
Yeah. Earlier, I informed the flow online in room that there was a interim order. Okay, where is it? There was an interim order in the nature of an injunction to be issued restraining and prohibiting the respondents and/or its board and/or its directors and/or its representative agents proposed from proceeding further in any manner whatsoever with the election of its board as per email dated 10 May 2022 and/or otherwise including electronic voting due to start on 19th May 2022 and/or at the annual general members meeting scheduled on 3rd June 2022 and/or any other date as may be adjourned. So based on this legal document which I have, I think it would not be cautious to make any statement about this. Thank you, Mr. Paul. I'll move to the next question. Next person in the queue, ACL administration. You have 1 minute. So based on this legal document which I have, sorry, I'm not hearing you at all. Hello. ACL administration. You have 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I'm listening to the audio from YouTube, so there's a bit of a lag between Meetecho and YouTube. Thank you to the NOMCOM for the report. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so thank you to NOMCOM for the report. I hear the NOMCOM chair mention that he would not be discussing or he would not be presenting regarding the board seats nomination process for obvious reasons. My first question is, what are those obvious reasons? They are not so obvious to me. If the court injunction talks about the election, it doesn't talk about the nomination process, on which several questions have been asked online to try and understand what exactly happened between that NOMCOM filter. I see in the report given on the GovCom that only one nomination was received. I would like to know, please, how many nominations were received for the seats that the NOMCOM put in its hard work into, leading to the slate that we currently see, at least before the court injunction came up. And also closely related to that is the question of what will be done regarding the board seats that expire or that become vacant after this meeting.
Thank you. Due to a legal document which I have in front of me, it's called an interim injunction. I can't comment about board elections. I think the question was about the NOMCOM want to comment about the governance committee elections.
Just to emphasize that on the interim injunction, when you're reading it, there is a specific mention of correspondences, the board and, so the NOMCOM is, I assume that's what they meant. So I cannot speak for the, board election slates, or rather the open seats which were given to us to run for the board. I'm sorry. I have to honor the injunction.
Thank you, NOMCOM Chair.
As for the GovCom, just to answer the Ole, the NOMCOM received, like I said, only one nominee. The NOMCOM tried its best, to the best of its ability, find candidates, and it received only one nominee. It processed that nominee based on the guidelines that were given to us by the board, approved by the board. The NOMCOM further, as per the bylaws in section 9 and section 13, and other, as per the process of these elections, set criterias, publish these criterias, and these criterias enabled us to, process that specific candidate, and the candidate was found to be qualified, and we therefore selected this candidate for election of the governance committee. That is what actually happened. We tried our best. We didn't get any candidate beyond the candidate that we selected, and they qualified as per the criteria we set. So I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, NOMCOM Chair. I would like to thank you. I think there's Mr. Bill Sangiwa, Mr. Ali, and the board representative, Dr. Abdallah, for their work on the nomination committee. We'll move to the next item, which is 7. I'll ask the chair of the nomination committee, Krishna Dandi, to present the election committee report.
Thank you, Chair. As we've just seen the presentation from the chairman of the NOMCOM, which has basically covered all the aspects of the elections we've had at this AGM. All I have to add, Mr. Chair, is that the ECOM is a committee set up pursuant to Article 10 of the bylaws, and it is a committee set up by the CEO made up of staff of AFRENIC. And as we are aware, for this particular AGM, there's no board elections due to the injunction. So we've had only one GovCom election, and during the proceedings, my colleague, the chairman of the NOMCOM, will soon announce the results. So that is it, Chair. Thank you.
Do you have any other questions? Don't see anybody. I don't see any hands raised. No. So let's. Okay, we are on item 8.2, which is it's written elected candidate following governance committee election. So can we move forward with this? The chair of the NOMCOM will announce results for the Governance Committee election.
So the votes have, of course, the election has been closed and the votes have been tallied between the NOM and the NOMCOM was present during the tally. The total number of votes that were cast were 23. 4 of them do not count because they were abstainers. There were 19 votes that were cast online, and there were 4 votes that were cast on site. And in total, we had 23 votes for the candidates, and therefore the candidate has been elected to serve for the GovCom position that was brought forward to the NOMCOM to slate, and that candidate is Maud Ashong Elliott. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Governance Committee Chair. Let me congratulate the candidate for being elected to the Governance Committee. On this note, I'll go to item 9, which is closing remarks. I would like to thank all our members, resource members, and registered members for being here, for being with us for this annual general meeting of 2022. I would like to thank the company secretary, executive services for being here. Christian, I would like to thank DJ from BBO for being there. And we need a motion to close this meeting now. So can anybody propose a motion to close the meeting?
Good afternoon, Chair. Lucky Masilela for the record. I move a motion to have the AGMM 2022 closed. Thank you.
Thank you. We need a seconder.
Thank you, Chair. Christian Bope is for RDC. I second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. The time is, oh, Lucky. Lucky, from which organization are you? I know, we know each other, but it's, yeah. Thank you, Lucky Masilela. The time
From
is
ZA Central Registry. Thank you.
Thank you, ZA Central Registry. The time is 15:47 UTC. The date is 3rd June 2022. This annual general meeting, this annual general members meeting 2022 is closed. Thank you for your time. Have a good day. Bye-bye.